Hello, Dash. I'm still getting ready. It's also been a little bit, but I'll be right back. Hello, I'm back. Hello, hello. When was the last time I streamed? It has been a while though. Hello, hello. Was I've been away. Been working through some stuff in real life. Ugh. So start of this year, a bunch of things like hit me all at the same time. I tried to balance that stuff along with other personal stuff, along with just working on, software, the normal stream stuff. I think I was at 4 days a week, then I cut it down to three, and then I just cut it out entirely. As it turns out, it was a lot of things to balance. I started losing my mind a little bit there. But now I'm back. I'm back. Headspace, a little bit better. Headspace is a little bit better. So guess we'll get started. So what I'm working on today, I'll just get started anyways. Well, or switch the scene. Working on a better config language. I think my bot's running, so I can actually add a command. All right, let me add a command. So this repo is actually available elsewhere. And by elsewhere, I mean it's available here on GitHub. Wow, how original. There is totlang.dev, but the website is not up yet. For multiple reasons. But the biggest one is that I just need to put the site up. And also I'm moving all of my domains over to, kind of see here. If you're the type to read bookmark bars, I've moved all my domains over to pork bun, except for totlane.dev. Anyways, let me do this. Go to the bot data. Look how cool. Tot is equal to this. Look at that. Get rid of this. I don't know why I had that there. Yeah, that's more or less it. Yeah. So this should trigger a bot refresh, and then you should be able to do bot tot. Yeah, there we go. Look at that. How nice. Although I'm pretty sure Nightbot also has ways to configure that, but whatever. But yeah, here is the spec. I've thought of a better way to do config files, if only because my day-to-day life is just entirely based off of manipulating config files nowadays. Because I used to do more middleware / front end app dev, then we did move to entirely back end app dev, then we moved to DevOps, and now I'm just in like SRE type roles, which is very boring because when you're in SRE, it's mostly just like system administration. Which sucks. I hate system administration for multiple reasons. Mostly because it just doesn't feel like you're doing anything when you like administer a system. Like, it's kind of cool when you write like a really cool script and you're able to set up an entire like server farm full of the Linux boxes, and they all have the correct configuration, and they all have their you map all the IPs in your subnet properly, and that subnet assigns IPs, like actual static IPs, appropriately, etc., etc. Like, it's cool, but it's just not the same as app dev, because when you actually make something and you can feed input into it, and then it solves a problem, as opposed to we need more computers, figure it out. It's actually, I just realized I can call this JSON and it'll give me almost correct highlighting. Yeah, the highlighting is almost correct. Like, VS Code doesn't know how to handle it. Actually, if I change it here, I can see how GitHub handles it, because tot is not an actual format. But if you say JSON, does it render? Oh, it renders horribly. Is there another way to display it? Right, because this actually renders fine. This is more or less what I want. This would also be okay, but this is just horrible. Impossible to read. Except for the strings and the values. Right, you know what? We'll just leave this as tot. That's fine. We won't do anything here. We'll leave. Yeah, no value denoted by an empty expression. So now it's not, it is a white space based format. So like YAML is also white space based. Whereas TOML and JSON, the two other very popular formats, I don't know if there's any other formats. I guess INI. I wouldn't really consider INI to really be a modern format, but INI and or CFG, those usually indicate the same format. It is called INI though. Yeah, TOML is basically INI, and those are also not based off of whitespace. This is not, or this is whitespace based, but it's not whitespace based in the YAML way, right? Because YAML is whitespace based, and then you figure out whether something is a map or a list depending on the indentation. And something I've never really understood with all of these formats as well is that like they have so much extra punctuation, right? So if you want to have a key in YAML or a key value pair, then you need to do some string the string, which is, or some string colon the string, and then quotation marks are optional, which is garbage. But it's like, if you're always going to be doing key value pairs, you can cut out a lot of the punctuation, right? Like JSON is also guilty of this, right? Because JSON, it's, you do something like, blah, like my key with my value, which sucks, right? Because in JSON, you can never have anything other than a string for a key, I think, right? Because you're not allowed to have number keys in JSON, right? So going off of that idea, we strip out all the unimportant stuff. So keys are always strings, so you can have a number key. So 1 is a key with the value 2, which makes sense. Let me think. I was also thinking about this elsewhere. I'm thinking that I want to have, if I really wanted to cut down on the syntax, what I could do is just a bunch of Lisp expressions. So I already have Lisp style expressions. So anything that's between parentheses is, I guess, defined as a transformative value or as some sort of transformation. If only because curly brackets are already reserved for maps. Square brackets are for lists, and then I don't have anything else to denote open and closing. But I think that makes sense. Although maybe what you could do here to simplify syntax even more, you could do like use other file. So use is a yet another, oh geez. Right. So now you can use colons in names if you want. Something like this. And then I guess sometimes the arity will just have to be like inferred. Maybe that's fine. Yeah, maybe that works. And then this will just have to be like a generator. So how would you define a generator then? If you move everything to just the only reserved punctuations are double quotes, single quotes, square brackets, curly brackets, and parentheses. So you could do it like I guess you could do it like that, right? And just disallow parentheses. No. Because then I feel like you always need something to mark these. So the idea of a generator should be marked somehow. Or maybe not. Maybe that's just like if you ever find a parenthesis in a name, then we'll just assume that it's a we'll just assume that it's a generator. Maybe. 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 Hmm. 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 Key names cannot contain quotes unless they're escaped. That, and they cannot start with a colon, but I think I can take that out. Right. So you can have this. Like, that's technically valid, I guess. I'm not sure why you would want to do that, but you could. And then that should also theoretically serialize fine. It's a bit weird though, for sure. Use makes sense. Generators I'm still thinking about. Generator I'm still thinking about. I suppose you could do it like that. So call this like generator. This. And then this. It's basically just Lisp. Right, so this is a Lisp with arity. Well, actually, that's kind of hard then, right? Something like that. Something like that. It's because we're following kind of Lisp syntax for expressions, or basically anything that is, you know, being transformed. So gen does not actually place anything. The only thing that actually puts things into your file would be things with the syntax put, or with the reserved word put, as in it should be put into the file at that position, at that return position. Right, so then that also follows with this. So you can evaluate pretty much anything. So technically, I guess, like if you're to do like plus 1, 1, that should technically be invalid, or that will still technically be a unit expression, but maybe that should be like linted out, or maybe even parsed as invalid, maybe, I don't know. Or maybe like plus is an implicit put. Maybe that makes more sense. Or maybe like put is completely unnecessary. I don't know. Because I guess like it's if you just assume that like any value that you place there will be like that's it, I think that makes more sense then. Yeah, you know what? That makes more sense to me. So if we don't encounter, if we encounter like nothing, or if you do something like this, like anything that returns a value. So this is like an implicit return value, right? Oh, but then you don't have anything to, I guess, implicitly return. So if you wanted to do for I in 2, which would give you 0, 1, right? How would you, for I to, and then this just evaluates the expression. So I'm thinking. I'm thinking. I guess this makes sense. I think this is just better, right? Because not everything actually has the leading value. Okay. No, you know what? No. I've redecided. I guess you can just put that as a lint. Like, this isn't gonna do anything. You need to use puts if you actually want to put a value. Okay, so I think this makes sense then. So this is basically Lisp, or not basically, it is literally Lisp. And then it will do this, or it will do that, or it'll do something like gen calculate square. And I might notice that I do in fact prefer kebab case. Square of 2, I guess. Calculate square 2, like that. Wait. Well, hold on. I'm realizing there's a fallacy in my logic here. I guess you don't need put, huh? Yeah. Because I haven't been using put for all my other stuff either. So like that. Right? So for loops have an arity of 1, 2, 3, where the third value can either be an expression, the third value can be, I don't know, just like the counter variable, or it can be a map, or it could be a list. Yes. So for example, calculated list, yeah, this is exactly what I was just looking at. Okay. Okay, I think that simplifies it a lot. Non-turn complete Lisp expressions. Lisp style expressions. There we go. So simple to simple, limited syntax. Yeah. Okay. So it's easy to read, easy to learn. And best of all, you don't need to work with expressions if you don't want to. Although now I'm looking at it again. So if you were to evaluate this by accident, it would give you would have no way of knowing if it was a unit value then once it's specified. What do you think? Because another thing I had in mind was the idea of you could bake a file, kind of like how you bake lighting in a 3D scene, right? So baking lighting means that you pre-calculate the shadows and specularity, how the light bounces within the scene, right? So you don't calculate it at runtime. You pre-calculate it so that you don't need to calculate it again. It does mean that your scene is more static, but it increases performance. And in the same way, that idea is here. Compatible with JSON, YAML, TOML, more or less. More or less. Basically, I'm aiming for targeting Serde with .rs. So then, if I can serialize it into a Rust struct, it can then be deserialized. Or I guess it's serialized into a Rust struct, and then I can deserialize it into JSON, YAML, or TOML, because of course, if it can be serialized, it can be deserialized. As long as you just always target the appropriate Rust struct. Although I would think that formatting gets all kinds of messed up. Because I don't want to have null just be an option, right? Because maybe this would go like that. So null is just a special character, more or less. Right? Because I think I used to have it kind of like how KDL did it, where KDL is another new configuration language, which looks like it's closer to XML than it is to TOML, because KDL can have properties, which is weird. Not a huge fan of that. I mean, I guess it's cool if you like prefer XML, but I don't know. Having properties though makes it difficult to parse, whereas this is intentionally easy to parse. I think empty expression is fine, and then this will just have to be a special case. So if it's an empty expression, there's nothing there, then just leave it. Or perhaps if you ever encounter, if you ever encounter an empty expression, then just leave it there. But it'll be parsed as a unit value. Yeah. Okay, I think that makes sense. And so I'm going to push this, and then I will start working on the actual implementation. But this is where my head's at right now. Oh, sorry. Tots. Oh, and then I also need to update the Tor. Where's my unit value? So that should work. Yeah. So it runs the whole range of valid JSON types, more or less. And I'm pretty sure it's the same way in YAML and TOML. Like, don't YAML and does... Yeah, YAML only has number types, right? YAML types. Oh, actually, YAML has support for... Really? Let's look at... Like, why is the YAML.org resource lower? But I also see CloudBees. CloudBees docs aren't too bad either. What are the types? Types. Data types. So you have number types, an integer, wait, are they actually integers, or are they numbers? Which means that they could be floating point or integers. Types. What do you got? Types. If you blah blah blah. Types. Native data types. Strings, integer, dates, and other. Excuse me. What are the types? That's all I want. Just give me the types. What does YAML support? 3 data type. You have scalars, strings, and yeah, sure. And what are the scalars? Sure. Integer, but then does it actually parse it into an integer, or is it actually a float? Eh? Okay, so it's an actual float. Okay. Well, I've got bad news. I feel like it doesn't matter. Like specifying floating versus integer in a config doesn't really matter, right? Because it's almost entirely based off of, or it's not almost entirely, it is entirely based off of the parser that you use, right? All right, we'll take out the implicit configuration. I don't think that makes sense. Generators. So this is my Tor file is what I'm calling it, because it goes through all the possible, I guess, usages that you could have. All right, so I think I also said I'm taking out put. All right, so let's take out that. So I see elsewhere I used put as well. Oh. Expressions. So you don't need put, you can just put a value. Something like this. So if it doesn't recognize the value, then it'll try to look it up within the current execution scope. Yeah. Yeah, that makes sense. Right. Where else do I use put? So the idea is that it's extremely limited Lisp. So it's definitely not Turing complete, because I think that's a big failure of all of the new config languages out there, because it just doesn't make any sense. Like it's a config language. You shouldn't have to learn, a whole new syntax in order to use it. He says as he's currently crafting a whole new syntax. But you get what I'm saying. Like you don't need to know how to program. Like if you want to write tot, you don't need to use expressions at all. But the expressions are there, and if you want to learn how to use them, it's gonna be easy. You have five. You have five. You have five possible commands, right? So you have all the arithmetic operators, so plus, minus, subtraction, multiplication, and division. And then so those are obvious. Addition has an unlimited arity. Subtraction, I think will only have an arity of 2. Division will have an arity of 2, and then multiplication will have an unlimited arity, where arity refers to the amount of parameters that it takes, right? I think that's something that they teach you in computer science. If you're studying computer science, I don't know. I just looked it up, and that's what they told me. So. That's what I've been told, so that's what I'm going to go with. Arity. I think I also mentioned that this is a white space based language. Which means that you actually don't want any of these as well, right? Well, I don't know. I'll have to think about this. How would you specify arguments? Especially if you want that argument to have a default. I'll think about it. I'll think about it. Because I think the idea of generators is great. Right? The ability to kind of copy and paste a value visually across your config, and then also not having that, having this kind of leak into your config as well. I think that's a good idea. So I gotta think. Do I use any imports or use? Okay, I don't have any use. We'll think about it though. So I guess, I was talking about arity and expressions. Right, so you have the basic arithmetic ones that you do not have like a power sign. There is no power sign. There's no reason to have a power sign. There's no modulo. There are no if statements. There are for loops. There are no while loops because there are no if statements. So it's incredibly intentional. And so this value must also be an integer. Otherwise, the baking algorithm should fail and then spit out an error. Like, no, this is incorrect. What are you doing? You big dummy. Yeah, I think that makes sense. So let's send it. I don't use put anymore. And then after that, the only special syntax is the reference. And then this is also something I need to think about, is how do you take parameters? Because generally, Lisp does not allow for defaults or for or what's the word I'm looking for? Lisp does not allow for this. Although, doesn't Clojure, if you want to define arguments, you can use square brackets like this. And then you would take out the outer parentheses. So that's technically how you would define it. Yeah, I guess that actually makes more sense. Take this out. Look at the Tor. We'll have to think about it. Okay. We'll leave it like that. Then I'll rethink it once I start actually implementing it. Git commit. Simplify syntax. And update. Tor. Alright. So also that intentionally does not have any code in it, right? Because it's just the spec sheet. All right, here's the fun part, and by fun part I mean like horrible and terrifying part. Which is actually testing stuff. So I'm using nom right now, and I'm not sure if I really want to use nom. I think nom makes sense, maybe. It might actually be overkill. Let me see. I'm need to pull up the thing. Hold on. My time tracking is also all off. There we go. So let's look at nom, rust, nom. I don't want to use pest. Because I think nom is actually pretty close to how I'll actually be doing this. Using errors from outside nom. Where are the tutorials? Writing a new parser, nope. Choosing a combinator. Is this what I want? I think this is what I want. Okay. Let's try. Let's give it a try, I guess. Because honestly, when I was writing this before, I was just going through the docs and going through the tutorial and then looking at the one example. 713 examples JSON. But I think I actually should not be doing this because I think this is very specific towards a specific style of JSON. So maybe I should just be doing my own thing. Maybe. Hold on. Where am I? Did I push all my code yet? I did push. Okay, so this has been pushed. I know I did delete a bunch of stuff, or I get restored, I think yesterday, because I was trying to basically redo the entire thing, because the parser is pretty complicated. Or it's pretty complicated and a lot of it's broken, which sucks. Right, because I can run a lot of these tests. Like like I can test this, it'll run. You know, line comments, whatever. And then if I do this, we can run the test again visually and see that it fails. Right. That makes sense. But I don't like it. I don't like how this stays on screen. Run and debug? Actually, is there a test view? Anyways, this is the parser, and then there's a little bit here, CLI. So I'm working on this as both a CLI library, so you have to opt into the CLI part. Or if you just want to use it as a crate for the parser, that'll also work. And there's also a little bit of Serde as well. So there's check, and I think I want to have, yeah, I guess I should actually call this bake, not to. And then there's bake, and then there's import. Well, what does that mean? Well, we can call it bake. So we can bake a file into another file, and then in theory it should also just be possible to import. I'll think about it. I'll think about it. Let's just focus on the parser first. And you know what? As soon as I opened up this view, my bladder started telling me that you gotta go. So I'm gonna go. BRB. I guess I got scared when I saw this again. Bad memories welled up from inside me from around 24 hours ago, thus causing me to lose bladder control. BRB. Hello, I'm back. Actually, like yesterday? Was it yesterday? What day was yesterday? 2 days ago? On Friday? Had to check. I totally lost track of what day it was. Hold on. Sometimes I had to do that. But my, had to fix my toilet. It was very scary. Thought I might have to call a plumber. Luckily, I did not. It was very scary though. Because I thought, was it like the float valve? I fiddled with that for a bit. I was, oh no, I really hope it's not the flapper. So I had to drain the toilet tank, dig that son of a gun out, replace it. Like, toilet flappers are very cheap. It is kind of gross though. It is kind of gross, even though it is just water. It's definitely not what I would consider clean water. And there's also just a little bit of buildup. I kind of cleaned it out. I probably could have done a better job of cleaning out my toilet tank. A little bit of the calcium buildup though. Or it was poop. I'm pretty sure I have not pooped in my toilet tank though. Yeah, I fixed it. Anyways, replaced the flapper, it fixed. When I was reattaching the flapper to the flushing handle thing, the flushing handle snapped into, so I think I fixed that again. Run back out. So that's, it's kind of just my life at this point. All right, let me think. I think I need to just get rid of all of these because these are all way too complicated. And I was also following the JSON example, and I'm actually still following the JSON example. If you want to see what I'm looking at, this is what I'm looking at. The NOM 713 examples JSON.rs. Excuse me. So I think multi-space is what I want. So I am using multi-space here. What the heck is this? Okay, so hold on. Multi-space. And I know on their example parser, when they're calculating space, they actually don't use the multi-space thing, but it looks like I probably could. Input at position complete. Item as character. Wait, does multi-space only 0 or more? So the first turns the input up to this position. Okay. Returns the input up to this position. Hold on. Ah, geez. Super multi-space. And then this returns a result. So we can do whatever, right? So if I do hello. Just unwrap, assert assert that you parsed this. Please. I never really know. Ah! What is your problem? Oh, type annotations needed. What do you mean? Oh, it wants to know what the return type is. Okay. Well, I don't have an error type for you, so I'm sorry. Hold on. So this returns a super I result. Give me a string, and then you can omit the error type, and then super multi-space. I'm just gonna do this. Or how are you supposed to test this? What the heck? Or does it automatically into itself? I've never really thought about that. Yeah, you're not allowed to do that. Please just let me call. Ah! I don't think that this is static, actually. I'm pretty sure this is, you need to assign lifetimes. Try wrapping. Oh, sorry, unwrap. Oh, okay, well, that's fine, I guess. Whatever. Test me. Just like the test, real quick. Alright, so assert equal. The remainder is you parsed up to hello, like so, right? Like this. I keep alt-tabbing, going to nowhere. And then we can remove this and see that it didn't actually take that out. Okay, cool. So what I'm thinking is I'm gonna take out pretty much everything, because a lot of the syntax is kind of very dependent off of the idea that everything is separated by new lines. But if you don't require that anymore, right? So in theory, you could write an entire tot file as hold on, ignore all this. you could write a tot file like title, my title, description, my description, and then it should just parse itself like so. Like the only requirement is like a space between the keys. Or even if there is no space between the keys, that's fine as well. Like you can do like major. Well, actually, no, you still need space between the keys, but between like structures, right? So curly brackets, you don't need a space. The key value, you do need space. Or yeah, key value, you do need space. So if we're talking about like versions or whatever, right? So you do major, minor, patch, or actually major, minor should be 1. And you can type it like that. Something like that. I think that makes sense, right? So if you're kind of picking it up, this is equivalent to doing ba 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 ba, ba 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 ba, like so, like so, like so, right? But you could also just squish it if you want. I don't know. I don't know why you would want to squish it, but you could. I think actually this might be more space efficient as well, right? Because if you think about it, well, compared to JSON, right? Because we've done away with a lot of the unnecessary punctuation compared to JSON and compared to YAML. Well, compared to YAML, as long as we're talking about YAML that has some nesting, because I think nested YAML is a huge pain to modify. And then TOML, we save a lot over TOML. No doubt about that. Because TOML, if you have, for every table, you need to have like a weird table header, right? Like for example, in Rust, you have package and then version. You need to have the equal sign And then version, is version a table? No, version's not a table in Toml or in Cargo. Well, you know, you kind of get what I'm talking about, right? Like, why can't we just do this? That's my main question, is why can't we just do that? That's so much nicer to look at. It's like better JSON. Easier to write, easier to read. Might not be easier to parse, but whatever. I think JSON is 100% one of the easiest ones to parse. Right, because everything, every key, every value must be a string. Although I guess the one of the limitations of tot that I can think of right now is that you can't have keys with spaces in them. And you shouldn't have keys with spaces in them, but you could, which is the problem. Maybe it's like you can have... Maybe you should just be allowed to have string keys. So all keys are strings, kind of like YAML, right? I believe YAML does the same thing. Like, all keys are strings by default, but if you want to specify a string key, you can use double quotes and then have a key that has a space in it. I think that's valid. And so in the same way, I need to have some way of parsing keys. So we'll call like yeah, I think I'm just gonna eat all of these. Say goodbye. Well, not all of them. We'll keep block. We'll keep the comment tests. I think the comments make sense. So line comments and block comment makes sense, and then everything else just gets yeeted. Right. So comments, pretty easy. But those also are not the... These are also not the... Probably not what we're looking for. Hold on. Examples. No. Hold on. Introduction. No. Hold on. It's under docs. You might have seen the screen flash a little bit. I'm looking at stuff. So this is something I was also looking at. This is what my comment code is based off of. This is pretty much entirely how I program. I just look at other people's examples and then very slowly change them to fit my needs. Which, depending on who you are, either like, oh, OMG, it's me, or wow, this guy's a psycho. Hold on. So the comments work, right? I didn't really check that hard. So that works, obviously. And then let's also check the parsed value. Assert equal par. Alright. Test me again, please. Oh, actually, because it doesn't actually parse anything, that's right. So there's nothing to check. Sorry. So I suppose every single line I parse, I would need to do this, and then potentially, maybe I should use the streaming API then, because if I'm just going line by line, who cares? But then even if you're not going line by line, let me think. So line comments work, sure. Should probably have more tests than this, but that's okay. Lowest choice combinators, but you can also do. Switch the version that I'm using as well. Is a no. Take till no. Applying a parser multiple times. Text parsing. See, something I don't really get is what the heck does escape do? I guess I just don't get it. Matches a byte string with escaped characters. I don't understand what this means. First argument matches the normal characters. It must not accept the control character. Second argument is the control character, and the third argument matches the escaped characters. So I guess I just don't understand what this means. Like, what the heck does this mean? Like, it's words, but they kind of flow right past my brain. What? Huh? Like, I see their example, but I'm like, eh? Give me a super escaped. Then we can do super alphanumeric. Give me 0 or more. Well, give me at least one. Control character, sure. It needs to be some sort of car. Sorry, I was looking for the key. And they're actually using a raw string. You don't have to use a raw string, you could just manually escape, that's fine. So these are all the characters that can be escaped. Right? Wait. Give me a string and then we pass it to UI. Alright. So hold on. I need to figure this out. So the example that they have should also work for me. Right, so this should work, right? So if I do and then ending with a semicolon, what is your problem? Expected function wait, what? Function closure. Oh, sorry, one of. I missed part of it. Super one of. So it could be any of these. All right, what's your problem? Lifetime might not live long enough. All right, just say it's a static string. Okay, it's fine. All right, what's your problem? Core dumped. Or stack backtrace, not core dumped. What do you mean? How do you know? How do you know I've made any changes to the function? What the heck? This looks buggy. Can I get rid of this? Yeah, the fact that it does this is very strange. All right, can you just restart? Please get that off my screen. It doesn't work. I'd rather just run the test myself. Cargo test. And then you can pick your test, right? Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I prefer this. Please get this off my screen. Ah. Because now it's wrong, which I hate. Like, if you're not sure, Rust Analyzer, just don't mark it. Okay, but the problem... panicked. And I know why. And I know you can add a context to this, right? So you can do super context. I don't know. Okay, yeah, you just do it like that, and then you call afterwards. Yeah. Are you gonna give me a better error? It did not. It's absolutely useless. Why even have the context if it's not going to do anything? Although I guess I should actually be unwrapping this and then inspecting the error. Because I guess the default display for the error isn't great. Yeah, I think the problem, right, is it's this. It's not picking up anything alphanumeric. Really? Oh no, it's this thing now. So it didn't parse anything. Okay. Well, shouldn't it should have parsed this though, right? Right. See, that's what I don't get. If it's alphanumeric, right? Alphanumeric recognizes one or more ASCII numerical or alphabetical characters, right? So if I do 1, then, and then I'm also, like I'm passing along, or is it the fact that these are not properly escaped? What is this gonna give me now? See, this is what's confusing for me. Like, yeah, if you have literal new lines, you escape your own new lines and it just works, but that's not what I care about. Like, who cares if it just works? Thought I was looking for, like, actually the parser figuring out the escapes for me and then still giving me the proper values back. Right, because see, they have their digits. I don't understand what escape does. Matches a byte string with escaped characters. The first argument matches the normal characters, sure. Second argument is a control character. Third argument matches the escaped characters. Yeah. So one of. Or even you could do even like any of, right? It doesn't matter. So what does digit do? What the heck is digit? Digit 1. ASCII numerical. Yeah, but like, well, Not, it's not multi-space. Wait, did I put multi-space? Oh no, I put alphanumeric. Alphanumeric 1. And then this should work, right? Is the... Yeah, see, it says the... Yeah, it's at the unwrap... Here. Here, not here. Here, 55. Here. But that should be valid, right? Because these are all valid. Or is it complaining about how these should all be escaped? Like I should be feeding this raw values? I don't understand what escape does. Yeah, see there, left, it parsed, wait. No, yeah. Eh? It's wrong. It did get rid of the semicolon, which is fine. That's not really what I care about. Because also the backtrace isn't really all that helpful. Because I know what it is. So I guess I don't understand what escape does then. Is this not the same as just doing like raw, like alphanumeric? Super alpha. Like that, super alphanumeric. And then this should just give me 1? What does this give me? Or it parses. Oh, no, it does not extract. Okay, so if I run this, it's gonna give me something weird. Yeah, inputs. Yeah, because it didn't run into any alphanumeric. Yeah, so it parses until it reaches something it doesn't understand. But I guess it doesn't matter if I need escaped characters, right? Or does it matter? Hold on. What does it give me? Parses 1 and then it doesn't respect my escape character. I don't understand what this means. What the heck does this mean? Escaped. It's not working how I think it works, which means that I need to look at an example to figure out how it works. But see, this is the problem. Is I look at this, like this is the JSON example, and then this is exactly what they're doing. Like what the heck is this? And then even the explanation here is completely unhelpful because they don't explain what the heck this is doing. All they're saying is that, like, this is the signature. You can ignore the error type. You can change the types. And then you can see that it's not doing any allocations, which is why it's so fast. Yeah, sure. So what? Like, who cares? I feel like that could go somewhere else. Probably in like a tutorial. I would like an explanation of what the heck this is doing. Like it says it's escaped, it's taking alphanumeric. It takes any one of these, but that's very clearly not what's happening with me. And also, I don't think that this is valid. Oh wait, no, it is valid because they renamed it. Never mind. Yeah, it's alphanumeric 1, which I feel like you should never do, by the way. At least in examples. But it says it's parsing a string. See, I don't understand. See, they're not even using a raw string, they're just using a regular string that they then manually escape. Like that. But I don't understand what it's doing. And if I look at the implementation, it's like, what the heck is this? This one's so complicated. I guess we can look at it though. Traits, move, returns. Or it moves the input into there. The input is, wait, they move the input and then they clone it anyways, so what's the point? Or what do they use the regular input for? Oh, okay. I don't know how to read this. It's complicated, and they're also using a weird code style, I noticed. They're using like JavaScript code style. 2 spaces. Even though the standard is 4. Normal, parse. Do I need this? Do I need this? Like, I might not even need like escaped. I can just probably use alphanumeric and then it should just work. But no, like this is exactly what I want, right? Yeah, no, this is exactly what I want though. Because I need to be able to parse anything as a... Maybe I don't need that? Maybe it could just be like parse like a scalar? parse scalar? Parse scalar value? So instead it'll be like scalar returns a p result. And then we'll figure out what kind of scalar value it is. All right, so hit me with the to do for now. So let's figure that out. What am I gonna call it? What am I gonna call it? Am I stupid? Isn't this what I used to have? Hold on. Oh, sorry. There we go. it was missing the other implied lifetime. Okay, but scalar values, I'm pretty sure I'm just going to have to do maybe not escaped. I don't know. Like it feels like this is what I want. It's just not doing what I want it to do. Right? Because if it was doing what well, actually, it's just taking one of, right? Hold on. Am I stupid? So if I do that, will that be valid? No. Okay. I don't understand. Does it parse this correctly? Like I'm losing my mind. Like it should be, like these are alphanumeric, right? So A1, A1 with a little escape slash in the middle. Huh? It only parsed one? Is A? Oh, sorry. Like that. A1, A1. All right. Let's feed in the correct values this time. Failed. Code 1 of. What does that mean? Yeah, so this will fail because we're looking for A1, A1, but then we received, or we're looking for A1 escape to / A1, but we received A1, A1. So that parsed. So this should parse, right? Like that's what this escaped is doing. Is that not? So if I look at the identifiers. Okay, let's go through this again. I'm dying. Put this back up here because I do need to keep looking at the JSON portion. So literal strings. This is one of the examples. But see, this is too much. I don't need this. Parse literal. But I want to allow quote slashes though. I feel maybe I don't want to write my own parser, but I'm working with this and just struggling so much with strings. I'm like, literal values, hexadecimal, integer, floating points. Some string. Yeah, see, this makes sense to me. Like any of the tag or take while stuff makes sense. Maybe I should just have like a big take while. Maybe I should just not look at their JSON example at all because it's very clearly confusing me. Okay. Let's try that then, I guess. So we could do like some sort of scalar. Or hold on. Some sort of key gives you a P result. And that'll give you the key. There's a to do. Call this value, I guess. Hold on. What is your problem? Where? Oh, value. Yeah, okay. Yeah, that's right. Because value is this thing right here. That's right. So key scalar. We can call it ID, I guess. Identifier. It's not an identifier. It's more of it is just like a key. Key to some sort of scalar value. Which then implies that you would take All right, like I understand the combinator idea of this in that it would give you something like this, right? Plus a tot value, right? And then because it's a combinator thing, I think you would do delimited first key, second the delimiter. Wait, it's not delimited. It's it's the other one. Hold on. Choosing. It's not delimited. It's sequence. Is it? It's not pair. Separated pair. Separated pair. Separated pair. So then we'll apply key space 1 second scalar scalar, and then you apply I, right? Something like that. And then the scalar will give you a tot value, and then that should, yeah. And then actually, line comments and block comments also need to be parsed at the same time as you're parsing key value pairs. So okay, so how do you, where's the I was looking at it. Oh no. No, give me the recipes again. Nom recipes. Nom. C++. Yeah, wrapper commenters that eat white space before and after a parser. See, that's what I looked at before, which is what I started to do. Returning the output of inner. That's actually not really what I want to do. Because I do require white space between key value pairs. And then also between, or key to pair, or key to value, and then between each key value pair there also needs to be white space, right? Maybe I should just write my own parser. Maybe I should just write my own parser, because I'm dying here. Because I don't want to do this. Well, I mean, kind of you want to do this, right? So you want a separated pair, but then also you want it to be delimited by multi-space. Multi-space 0, separated pair, like this, and then multi-space. Does that make sense? So delimited matches an object from the first part, discards it. So I may or may not have spaces before this. So if we're looking at the example here, right? So say we're trying to parse title tot example. So we start parsing this line, multi-space 0, 0 or more spaces. So we discard. So we parse. We have no spaces. We discard that, so that's fine. We take a separated pair key here, space 1 or more spaces. And then yes, you can have 1 or more spaces. I guess technically you could have as many spaces as you want. You could even put them on different lines. You shouldn't though. and then I want to eat the rest of the spaces afterwards, right? Which then, in theory, should place us right here, right? So we eat all the spaces after it, which is fine. We don't care. Yeah. That makes sense. That makes sense. So then you can try. Get rid of this. Give me a. Actually, we don't need any more ad hoc things for now. Test. Select remainder, parse equals super key. My key. So it's not yet implemented, so it's going to be. It's not going to work. But keys can either be like raw strings, or they can be literals, or they can be strings. So, and actually, like pretty much anything can be a key value or a key, but it does need to be a valid string. So does that mean, to go to here, did I delete it again? No, I did. Or I didn't delete it, but I closed the tab. Stop closing the tab. I need this. I need this. I need this. Escaped strings. Escaped strings. One of the examples. But hold on. Okay, fine. Escaped strings. Parse escaped white. Is this used? Where is this used? Parse fragment. I'm dying. I'm getting annoyed. You know what? You know what? Isn't this something I can do? Well, and actually, and then there's only two things that I need to do to verify that this is a valid key, right? So hold on. You would do something like, looks like verify something. Turns the results. Child parser satisfies a verification function. Verify runs a parser, then runs a verification function as on the output of the parser. The verification accepts output only if it returns true. In this case, you want to ensure the output of is non-empty. Wait, what? Yeah. So it does a thing. So the example that they have is like not quote slash, but I do want to have a quote slash. I don't understand. The documentation isn't great. Error kind alpha, right? Because it wasn't alphanumeric. That's right. This one, so it runs like the params are just like I can't understand what the params are doing because it's not talking about the params in the description. What the heck? What is this? What is F first? Where F is some sort of parser, then what is G? G is something that returns a boolean. Okay. Then what's O2? O2 is sized. O1 needs to be able to borrow O2. Oh my god. So moves. I, because we're producing a function that moves the input, I, sure. Input, yes. Actually, isn't this an allocation? Because it's cloning. So it parses this, a second. So we call that function I borrow. The heck? Okay, so this is the remainder. Yes, okay. Returns the results of the first. It says child parser. It should say first parser because they're named first and second. And then these aren't actually named here, but you would only know what the type is if you looked at the type guards. Whatever. Okay. Child parser. So the child parser would have to be, I guess, just like not empty. Like parse anything that isn't white space. How do I parse something that isn't white space? Like, yeah, like give me everything that isn't white space. Basic element is not. I guess we can do is not. Yeah. You don't want to use tag. I understand tag. That makes a lot of sense. Don't want to do take. Don't take while is also fine. Oh, but these need to be parsers, right? So parsers. Hello, H to you as well, Anthony. You can see someone just slowly losing their mind. I've written my own parser before. Using someone else's parser that's presumably better is proving to be difficult. What you doing? I am, you know, as the title says, I'm writing a better config language. The spec is documented here. So, or I can just show you. Tot. Indeed, tot. It's very simple. It looks a lot like JSON. Except it just gets rid of all of the random garbage that JSON has, right? It's like JSON, it's like TOML, it's like YAML, but better. And then also, something that you often see in at least YAML is the fact that you can inject variables, but everyone just kind of does it their own way for variable injection. So why isn't it just like a language level? Terribly optimized TOML? I would say it's better than TOML. I think TOML's fine as long as you're not working with lists. That's what that stands for. TOT stands for TOTS of TOTS. It's recursive. No, it's not. I don't know. It's just called TOT because the name was available. and it's a short name, which I like. It's simple. It's a simple language. I don't know. I guess, like, why do things need to stand for things, you know? First name, then come up with. Why? You know, it's just a name. It's just a name. It's a name that needs to be available. I could just call it unnamed language, unnamed config language, UCL, but you know. I don't usually spend too long naming things anyways, other than to just verify that they exist, or that it does not exist, I should say. Do you want is not? Or none of? Does this return a parser? No, this does not return a parser. Which things return parsers? Which one of these are parsers? Modifiers. No. Parser. Ready to use functions. I'm working on a lang. Nice. Is it a programming language? I'm assuming it probably is a programming language, since I think that's the more interesting to work on. I've written a programming language before as well. Written entirely in a language that is extremely unoptimized. Hold on, where is it? GD Lisp. Lisp. Yes, I wrote this in GD script. And writing in a Rust. I tried to write, or I guess write a Lisp in Rust, just kind of based off of this implementation. I think, yeah, everything is in utils. Yeah. But just running into lifetime error after lifetime error. You know what? We'll come back to that. Because I think the difficult part, at least for me in Rust, is that I think of things too much in terms of like raw pointers. It's a very bad habit I have, considering that I am self-taught for everything below Java. So do I get how pointers and references work? Yes. Do I use them improperly? Also yes. You know, I'm an adult. Just give me the pointer. I would like to keep working with the function pointer. Please don't invalidate it. Torah, what you want taught to be? Well, here it is. Here it is. We'll just click on this. Taught. A self-taught. Perhaps a Tor. Hold on. Tor. Test cases. Tor. Maybe you don't want to look at test cases, but I can talk you through it. I think this would actually be better to look at here. Hold on. Because at least here you get a little code. Or a little syntax highlighting. GitHub hates this syntax though. Can I make this bigger? What are the controls to make it bigger again? Oh, control equals. Okay. Okay, yeah, I can talk through this. So basically, comments, C style. I could also make it Python style, but I couldn't figure out how do you do block comments with Python style comments. Because I don't remember those being a thing. But anyways, that's why we're going with C style comments. Key value pairs based off a new line. Actually, this is actually wrong. It's based off of white space, but only spaces. So You could put everything on one line if you wanted to, but everything does need to be delimited by spaces, which I think is fair because by default, most configuration languages are all delimited by spaces, or enforced spaces anyways. So key value, so hold on. Title is taught example. You can have a multi-line string. You can have unit values, and then these are actually expressions, but they're not Turing complete. You don't want to have Turing completeness in a configuration language. You only want to have a little bit of logic there to help fill out values, which I think makes sense. Right, so key values, you can have, the key value pair 1, 2, which is the key 1 parsed as a string equal to the number 2, which is just a float. So it does the JSON thing of, everything's a float. And we'll just leave it up to the consuming application to figure out, okay, do I expect a float or an integer here, right? And then since everything is parsed as strings, you can escape stuff into a string. That's fine. JSON style objects, we're calling them dictionaries. Makes sense to me. It's also kind of based off of HCL, but I hate HCL. My code in JSON. I've read a horror story about that, about how they were working at, it's always like a financial institution, isn't it? But they did JavaScript and Node.js, but they did all of their imports using JSON. And then they also executed all of their code via JSON. Right, so if you wanted to execute a script, you had to list your imports and then list the actual entry point script, which is hilarious. Hello, Ren. Hello. How are you? I'm back, by the way. So I want to finish up this initial implementation first, and then we'll go back to working on vPupper. And also because Godot 4.1 just released, which should hopefully fix some of my grievances with it. But yeah. These are objects, very similar to JSON style objects, but they follow the same kind of key value syntax, so you don't need to do all the JSON niceties. Also JSON style lists, you don't need commas, but you should use commas if you want. You can reference values as well. References work like references in C or Rust. I think that makes sense. Right, so my title is equal to the title up here. So this is very similar to how Ansible works or HCL works, where you can inject variables. And so you can also have reference value. Access, so counter is this thing up here. You can access it like so using parentheses, not square brackets, because square brackets are for lists. And I think that makes sense, right? So as long as you have it in your mental map that parentheses are expressions, so you're accessing something, I think that's just easier. You're accessing something or you're transforming a value. So calculated number is a subset of Lisp. I see you mean your immediate thought is, oh yeah, vPub. Yeah, well, that's, it's what we call in the industry street smarts, aka I know the only reason why you tune in is because I work on vPupper. And you know what? That's acceptable. So before you ask, did that work at vPupper today? Commas are for pussies? Yeah, I like new lines instead. But so calculate number, it's just Lisp. So plus, run the plus operation on arity of probably just infinite, or however much memory the parser has. Calculated list, see, this is where it actually gets kind of interesting, right? So if you wanted to fill up a list with some objects, then you could do it like this, right? So for I in 2, so I twice, so starting from 0 up to 2, non-inclusive. So counted object, and then I give an explanation here. Calculated list has this. Oh, and I guess I shouldn't have put the reference here. This would actually be expanded out to the counter as well. Up there. So the value for counter. Right, and then generators, right? So if you wanted to generate Objects, so person, so some person is a person with name Tim. Description, you can have a default whatever. And then the final part is that you can then bake the entire file into a, everything gets expanded. So it takes out all of the expressions. So the generators go away. Some person gets pre-filled in with the appropriate value. You can use imports, because I know people don't like imports in config values, or config files, but a lot of config files require imports anyways. Or they turn into mega configs, which is even worse. So yeah, so for example, let me show you Ansible playbook. You might have seen this before if you work in industry. Even if you don't work in industry, like this is just the YAML. Look at this. Want to know how you import variables into an Ansible playbook? So Ansible is based off of YAML, by the way. Yeah, so you want to know how you pass in variables to Ansible? You pass in another YAML file, and then that's just how you use it. It's like, why? Like, what's the point? You might as well just have like imports. If you're gonna require me to import a file or pass a file as an input, you might as well just have imports. But whatever. And then Ansible also does a bunch of other weird stuff. So if you have a variable, you can access it using Jinja 2 templating syntax, which also sucks. So, by the way, this working with Ansible is what made me want to work on my own language. Because I was like, you know what, I'm done with this. Just constantly running into issues. Oh, sorry. We were passing in the wrong variable file. Oh, sorry. Like, by the way, Ansible also has imports as well. So Ansible, you can do import playbook like this. And then the imports are based off of relative paths, but then you can also use a Jinja 2 template to get the Ansible execution path, and then use relative imports, or you can just pass in an absolute path. You know what? Why not just build this into the language? Like, we're already turning YAML into a programming language. You might as well just use a real programming language. But maybe I'm crazy. But yeah, that's basically it. It's JSON. It's better JSON, better YAML, better TOML. I guess not really better TOML. If you don't like the look of C-style languages, I guess you won't like Tot. Right, configs an ASM? Could. I mean, you could, I suppose. I'm not sure how you would store it. Like, right, because if it's just a config language, you have how many memory addresses? You have a ton of memory addresses and probably at least 8 registers. It can't be that bad. My TOML? TOML's fine. It's just not great. Like, if you have a lot of lists, TOML sucks. I think that's my biggest gripe with TOML. If you want to write a list, you have to do, yeah, like this. Like, this syntax sucks, because then you can't really tell what's inside the list. But I guess that's only if you have the list at the bottom, at the root level. Like, you can do it. There's better ways of doing this. Like that syntax, to be fair. I hate this syntax. This syntax sucks. I suppose you can also do Isn't this this is a root level value, so you could also just do bin up here and then write all of your bins like this. Like you could do name is equal to tot, something like that. Right, because this is a, is that, or is this not actually how this works? Hold on. Right, yeah, actually, yeah, because this is, yeah, because you can put it down here, which means it's a root level object, which means it needs to actually be before. This is what I really don't like about Toml, by the way, is that Toml, you have to read it top down. So to do bin like this, you need to put it at the very top, otherwise it's parsed to be, or otherwise it's understood to be under the previous table, and then you could do it like that, right? Yeah. Yeah, I think Toml's nice if you have like a single config. Like if you are writing a config for one specific thing that does not take too many lists, that's fine. But it's not great if you have many lists of things. Which I often find myself that I just have lists. I have lists of things. So for, you know, configuring my Rust project, Toml's fine. I even like it, as long as I don't need to write lists of bins or write lists of literally anything. Yeah, as long as your config plays nice with Toml, then Toml looks fine. Especially since it looks a lot like INI, which, if you use Linux a lot, there's a ton of INI. And INI is fine, yeah. Easy to understand, easy to parse. I believe, isn't it in INI, you're not allowed to have any root level values? All values must be under some sort of table, which is nice. Windows users? Hey, listen here, buddy. I'm pretty sure I work for a bigger open source company than you. And that's like, that sounded sarcastic, but I'm pretty sure that's the truth. Yeah. I do work for the biggest open source company in the world. So, or at least one of the biggest open source companies in the world. So that if we're trying to create a list that puts it at Red Hat, Canonical, SUSE, and Mozilla. So get wrecked, nerd. Why Windows? I like Windows. Windows is fine. It does what I need it to do, and it can play games. Does Windows suck? Yeah. But also, like, it runs stuff. Isn't it SUSE? It's not SUSE. Is it SUSE? See, everyone says it differently. It's not SOS. I'm pretty sure it's not SOS. Right? Just like everyone says, like a lot of older people will say CentOS, but I'm pretty sure you're supposed to say CentOS or CentOS if you're British. SUSE? Is it SUSE? Made a whole song about how it's pronounced. Well, you know, just gonna keep saying SUSE. SUSE? SUSE. 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 Sure. I've always heard it as SUSE, and then when I said it's SUSE to someone at my company, it's SUSE, and I was, all right, it's SUSE now. It's like SUSE. All right, well, everyone seems to say it differently. I'm just gonna keep saying it's SUSE, because SUSE sounds like a real person's name. SUSE. All right, key. Hold on. What was I got distracted. I was looking up combinators. Ready to use functions. I want to use the ready to use functions, but maybe I can just look at what the implementation does. SUSE. Is it really SUSE? Ah. Can I just have a? I'm pretty sure this is gonna get me content ID badge. I'm not gonna play it, but I'll believe you. SUSE. 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 It doesn't sound like it. It doesn't sound correct to my English brain, but I also acknowledge, isn't Susa? Susa is German, isn't it? Yeah, they're German. Yeah. I don't know. Maybe that's okay in German? And at least in English, having the Susu. Susa doesn't sound great. Or doesn't feel great to say. Anyways, I've never used Susa anyways. I only work with RHEL systems and Debian systems. You know, boo, boo, RHEL, boo. And then Debian. Do you say Debian? You can say Debian. I've heard Debian a lot as well. Please tell me how you say this word here. I may or may not have already said it on stream. How do you say this? How do you say that word? If you don't say CentOS, you're not saying it right, because that's how all the sales guys say it at my company. It's CentOS. Sorry. CentOS. Definitely not CentOS. Yeah, you're supposed. Yeah, it's supposed to be pronounced CentOS, but the people who actually make the deals and bring in the money all say CentOS. So therefore, I say CentOS. So, hold on. I keep getting distracted. Don't click off again. So we're looking for like anything that is not a space, but also it could be a space. Okay, I think I can do we can do alt, and then we need to pass in a tuple. Hold on. So it's alt, and then it takes a tuple of the possible combinators you need. So I want to have probably just delimited, or hold on, give me a to do. Give me a to do. Let me pass in the I, and then that's it. Ah, no, stop. CentOS. Yeah, there's a lot of weird pronunciations in the world. Just like I actually somewhat recently met somebody at work. They didn't work for my company, but when we were talking about the distribution, they said instead of saying RHEL, they said RHEL, and I was like, what the heck is RHEL? RHEL? You're not supposed to say RHEL, or you're not supposed to pronounce the. Or you're not supposed to say the acronym letters. You just say RHEL, R-E-L. The H is silent. Unless you're from Texas, and then I guess you can say RHEL. RHEL. What? I tell you what. That's some clean burn propane. I have no idea what you're doing or how it works, but hello. Hello. I'm working on this. Bots. Tots. It's a thing. Alright, hold on. I think I can still use parse string here, so we can try to parse this as a string. But for now, give me the string combinator. That's fine. No. Remove these yeah, no, it's fine. Oh, right. Tuple. What's your problem? Oh, it's because this is returning a string. You know what? That's fair. That's fair. I guess I would just need to do. I'm trying to figure out, how do I parse. Do I just want to write my own combinator for this then? Yeah, propane and Propane and propane accessories. Yeah, I think it's mostly gone now, but I did work for a year. I've told this story many times, but I've worked for a year in Austin, Texas. I'm from the U.S., by the way, if you couldn't tell from my very American accent. I worked in Austin, Texas for a year, which isn't that bad, right? All the big cities in the U.S., everyone kind of just speaks with a neutral accent. But then one of my coworkers, older lady, and by older I mean like, I think she was like early 50s, from West Texas, and just had the most charming accent I've ever heard in my entire life. Not to be weird or anything. Hold on, I just have this here. Oh, 1 2. String. Sorry. String. Parse string. I think I might be too small now. It feels like it's too small. Nope. Works in, yeah. But she was from West Texas, and then West Texas, generally people from that area have, it sounds like they have a cowboy accent from like the movies. Very, very charming, because I didn't realize people actually talk like that. We can take this. Actually, we can take all of this, but then we gotta be careful about what we do here. Oh, because you can't create a string from this, huh? Well, I guess that's fine, actually. We can allocate for string keys. Yeah, you know what? That does make sense. Because we're trying to pull out a key, we are going to allocate anyways at some point. And then the key is going to have to be a string. That's fine. That's fine. What is your problem? Okay. So try to parse the string, but that's not actually what we want to do first. What we want to do first is something else, clearly. Yeah. Did you enjoy my neck of the woods? Not in Texas, I'm in the South. Yeah, I figured. I mean, I like Texas. Well, I liked Austin. I haven't really been to other parts of Texas. But anyways, I keep getting distracted and like telling part of the story, then going somewhere else. You can tell I've been out of the loop of streaming for a while. Because usually I try to go for longer before getting ultra distracted. Hold on. String, and then alpha numeric 1. Yeah, I think that works. No. But yeah, for pretty much up until the pandemic, even a little after the pandemic, the West Texas accent kind of rubbed off on me a little bit. Like, I didn't realize it at the time, but when I was hanging out with some friends, they were like, Tim, why are you talking like that? I was like, what do you mean, what am I talking like that? And I said, you're kind of talking like you're like from a movie, like, I don't know, like a cowboy movie. And I was like, really? Yeah. You know what? I guess I am. I didn't really realize it. But I, like, very, like, subconsciously started to copy your accent. Yeah. Texas, pretty nice. Great barbecue. It's pretty hot. Although it's... Austin is about the same climate as Atlanta, except maybe 10 degrees hotter. 10 degrees Fahrenheit, of course. I think 10 degrees Celsius is like ridiculously hotter. I think the only thing I remember about Celsius is like you want to be about, it's like 15 to 25, or maybe even like 15 to 20 is like a nice temperature. Everything else is like 30 is hot, 0 is cold. 15 to about 25. I think, isn't 25 about 80 Fahrenheit? What's 25 Celsius to Fahrenheit? Oh, 25 is 77. Wait, how much is 15? 15 is 59? Yeah, that's still pretty nice. Yeah. Texas is fine. I did rack up a bunch of miles though, which is nice. That's probably like the best part about being a consultant is that you rack up a bunch of miles. At least if you work for a reasonable company. Alphanumeric 0, no, not 0, 1, and then gives you some sort of value as output, and then string. Actually, can't I just string from? String from like that. Sorry, from. Yeah, okay. So we try to parse it as a string first. Let's test key. And then we just try to parse it as, oh, but you can't. Because it's not alphanumeric. Because the... oh no. Is that what escaped does? Is escaped... If I put no escape value, but then list that as one of the values I want to escape, will it just accept it? Like, I just give me everything that isn't a space, but it also needs to be alphanumeric. Rest, no. Space, no. Alphanumeric. Get alpha, unalphanumeric. Yes. I don't know. See, the problem is I was feeling pretty good about it up until I ran up until the parsing strings, the hardest thing to do in any programming language, apparently. Because I remember I also ran into that problem in GDScript when I was writing the Lisp. Is parsing a string is actually fairly complicated compared to like parsing other stuff. Like parsing like a dictionary, parsing a list, those are easy. Because those are easy. But parsing a string, like you could have a string, you could have a string with escaped quotes in it. You know, parsing spaces is always kind of scary. So parse it as a string, so that's not gonna work, but then we want to do map parser. But we don't want to map just alphanumeric. I mean, I might as well try this, right? Assert equals, we parsed, and it's probably going to be equal to my, right? Like that. So test, oh, ad hoc doesn't have anything. Test key, please. Yeah. So if I do test key, I know that there's little Rust analyzer things here. I don't like using those because then Rust analyzer gets confused when one of your tests fail, and then it just nags you about it. It's like, yeah, no, I know the test failed. Don't need to nag me about it. What does map do? Okay, so map needs to be some sort of parser. Okay. Is this really what I should be using escaped for then? So escape matches a byte string with escaped characters. So, okay. It's alphanumeric. I know this is what I want. There is no control character. But then I do want to escape matches the escaped characters. So, like, pretty much everything is escaped. Well, everything except for spaces. If you want to have a space in your name, then you have to use a string. And then the string is already pre-escaped. But we want to do, give me a raw Rust string. I know I was ragging on this before, but we're gonna do it. So like that, give me one of these, give me one of these. No, give me one of these. Oh, sorry. No, actually, that's fine. Give me one of these. What are all the... What's all the punctuation? That's not really that useful then, huh? I guess you just wanna parse until. All right, give me identifier. I'm very indecisive. All right, how about this? So and ID gives me any valid identifier. So I'll use this instead of escaped. And then we'll do, give me ID. This will give me a string. And then this will give me take until, it turns the input slice up until, take until space. Sure, take until space. Like that, right? Sure. Then here, let me test ID again then, or not again, just for the first time. Run. Insert. Oh no! What's the joke? Oh man! All right, it's ruined. It's going to talk about how I prefer. Who is it? I know there's Rem and Ram, and then you're supposed to say I prefer the other girl who is not Rem or Ram. Who is that? I didn't even like that thing, that show that much, anyways. ReZero. Amelia! It's Amelia! I prefer Amelia. But that stands for remainder and parsed. Anyways. So my key to. So given that, we should assert that the remainder is equal to 2. Or actually, it should be space 2. And then assert equal parsed is my key. Right. Please run the ID test, please. All right, there we go. Key to your heart. Yes, it's the key to my heart. It's, anime. Power of God in anime. I will complete this configuration language. Insert equal. So rem should be empty. Oof, oof, oof. Actually, I have not seen the next season of that show, by the way. If there are any anime watchers in the chat. You might be saying, oh, it's because you're an adult now. No, I actually am up to date on Demon Slayer. Demon Slayer is pretty good. I mean, I didn't really like the latest season, to be honest. I thought it was fine. It is quality entertainment. But it was definitely not as good as the previous one. Or the previous season. Or wait, no, it wasn't a season, right? Like the previous thing that Demon Slayer was the train. Actually, no, the train was a movie and a season. Never mind. Ignore me. Anyways, the train was pretty good. No. Take until. Yeah. Oh, it's because there's no space. There's no space. Okay. So this should be space 2, right? But the difference between ID and key is that keys will also work with strings, right? So if we do let, we don't care about the remainder here. We only care about, wait, no, we do. Wait, ID will also give you a string, but hold on. This just parses until it meets another space. Actually, hold on. Am I stupid? Because we need to handle the string case first and then just raw identifier. Yeah, okay. But ID is significantly dumber than actually checking for a key. So then let's not check that case. Var is equal to super key. Give me escape. My key escape 2. Unwrap, please. And then we can check insert equal. So the remainder should be space 2, insert equal, and then the parsed value should be the parsed string, my key. Alright, please work. Panicked at assertion failed. Why? Oh, hello. Hello. Oberon, how are you? Long time no see. Or I don't know, how do you say it in Japanese? The only words that are coming to me are in Mandarin. 好久不见. Isn't it the Japanese equivalent is, hold on, sashiburi? Sashiburi dane. He's done it. Isn't that how you say it? Like, long time no see. Translate. Hold on. Move me to Weeb language. Long time no see. Nope. I have no idea. I know how to type it in Chinese. 好久不见. I don't know. Well, I'm doing alright. Well, I'm doing better now. Previously, I wasn't doing alright, but we're feeling a lot better now. So we're in February for D&D. Had your combat druid. Your combat druid died in D&D. That's rough, buddy. That's rough. My condolences for your loss. I don't know. I mean, how long did it take you to set up the character? It's not really something that I think about too much, but all I know is that setting up character sheets can be a huge pain. Isn't it like for some maybe it's not for D&D, but there are some like tabletop games where like the majority of the fun is not like playing through a DM's campaign. It's just poring over character sheets, and then like there's like so many possible backstories that actually impact your character, and then that's just kind of what you do for like the first 3 sessions. And then when you actually start playing it, it's basically just D&D. You can roleplay if you want. Alright. Pretty sure all of these string tests work, by the way. Oh, it cuts out the string. It cuts out the string. Okay. Well. And there was also some standard out. It takes 3 natural 20s to kill him. Isn't that just like 3? Is it like 3 natural 20s in a row to kill him? Or just 3 natural 20s during a combat instance? I'm not super familiar with D&D. I've sat in on a few sessions because I had a housemate that used to play it, and I was like, you know what? I can watch. You know, as long as we're all drinking, I'm all right. Okay, so this just parses it into a regular key, which is fine. Rem var super key So you can have my key. So if you wanted to have a key value pair where the key has a space in it, then this is what you have to do. But I think this might... Oh, I don't know. Let me see. So the equal value is always going to be the same, but the parsed value will change. Okay, cool. I think this is possible. No, those are in single. Come back to take him down. Single round of combat. So the enemy had 3 rolls in a single round of combat, and they were 3 natural 20s for all of their rolls. Yeah, because D&D you enter combat, but then you have combat rounds, right? And then each round you roll or whatever, something like that. So actually, I think if you get killed by 3 natural 20s in a single round, I think you should be proud of that, because you basically just won the lottery, right? What's 20 to the, right? That's 20 to the 3rd power, right? That's 20 cubed. That's 1 in 8,000. Yeah, look at that. You basically caught a shiny Pokemon. Right? What's the shiny Pokemon chance? Shiny Pokemon chance. Yeah. You basically caught a shiny. Congratulations. I'm proud of you. Although I guess you don't have too much to show for it, except for the loss of your combat druid. Okay, so key works. ID will not work, but that's fine. You shouldn't really be using ID, but it just takes until it hits an empty space. So then this gives you a key. This gives you a scalar. And then once you feed all of these to key value, and I think scalar oh, hold on, I'm thinking. Happy that he lived up to his title of Combat Druid. I'm happy that you're happy. I don't know. Are druids in D&D, are they more of like the like they're in tune with nature kind of class, or are they the kind of druid that like transforms into a bear and then mauls their opponents? Right, because we kind of noticed in media there's 2 types of druids that are usually shown, right? There's the type of druid that's like, I'm one with nature, I can call on bears to help me or whatever. And then there's the other type of druid that's like, I can turn into bears or a deer or a hawk. You generally don't really have too many that mix, right? It's because it's usually like, I'm a druid that's a healer, or I'm a druid that like can kick your ass or whatever. I think for all of these, I do need to have like a cleaning function that cleans out any possible line comments or block comments. Okay, so I see that I didn't actually test this enough here. So run super block comments. So if you have something, like it doesn't matter what, right? So if you have basically an empty block comment like this inside of a map, you unwrap asserts equals assert equal that the remainder is just empty like that. Block comment. Please work. No. Okay. Unwrap code tag. Okay, So how do I remove a block comment from something else then? I'm assuming that I would need to run it through other parsers. So when parsing any key, okay, I see. So when I parse a key, that I have to also take into account the fact, no. Absolutely not. When I'm parsing a key, we don't care about comments. If you leave a comment, no, that's tough. Because we should start whenever you run into a comment, you stop parsing. I'm dying. I keep closing the. No, I don't keep closing it. I just keep moving it around. Where is it? Here? Basically have the same thing again. Move this back up here. Top lane, that's mine. Make it smaller again. C-style comments. Output is thrown away. So when you're parsing literally anything, how do I take out the comments? I'm thinking. Because I know this, I know whatever I have right now will work. But I'm thinking, how do you combine this? Because the entire point, right, of Nom is that it's a combinator library or whatever. What does it say? It's a parser combinators library. Yeah. So that it makes sense, but So you're supposed to you write smaller parsers and then you combine them into a bigger parser and then yeah. So all your small parsers combine to create bigger parsers that then are able to parse bigger files. So it makes sense in theory. Just like when you're making a game, I think when you first hear about it, ECS makes a lot of sense. Entity component system. Right? So entities are just bundles of components, where components are just data, and then systems are all logic. So you have a strict separation between the two things. But of course, once you actually start making something, following that architecture and ECS architecture, you start running into a lot of problems. And that's kind of where I'm starting to run into a lot of problems here as well. Is I'm realizing like, yeah, writing small parsers makes sense to me, but then how do you combine them into a bigger parser? How do these combine? So pair value this. Or I wonder if there's like a take until. You know, okay, I can do this. right, I can do this. So the remainder. Oh wait, we don't care about the I value here. We only care about the remain. Yes. No. Hold on. Wait. Remainder parse equals take. Is it take until or take while? Take until. It's one of these. We don't want to take. We want to take. Return. Okay, so take until returns the longest list of bytes or characters until the provided tag is found, and then take till returns the longest list of bytes or characters until the provided function returns true. Returns. Wait, what? Takes the until it returns true. Take. Until the provided function returns true. Or given a given a line, how would I okay. I was about to say I could look at their JSON implementation to see how they handle comments, but then I remembered. Oh yeah, JSON doesn't have comments. I don't know. Is there a YAML parser written with nom, and then I can just reference that? I just want to see how they handle comments. Nom YAML. Example parsers. Yes. Can I see a parser? You got anything? Nothing. YAML. Okay. Well, there is a toml one. Toml lib. Does this use nom and I can look at what you're doing? That would be beautiful. Nom. Nope. Oh, there is nom. Okay. Toml lib. Oh, but this is very old. Very, very, very old. Oh no. And there's a lot of code in it. And it uses psycho formatting. JavaScript style. Oh, and it uses a... Alright, anything else? Not CSV. I'm pretty sure you don't want CSV. Torrent, no. Maybe Rust, I don't know. Who wrote this? Parser for Rust source code. This uses nom as well. How do you handle comments? I just want to. How do you handle comments? Is nom not even used? Oh. Oh, it has samples. Does this use nom? No. Okay. This doesn't use nom. I guess they just use a hand-rolled one. INI? Chain. MDX? I don't know what this is. What is an MDX file? MDictionary. File format for dictionaries? Do dictionaries have... Ooh, okay. It looks like it's a binary format. Okay. Druid and D&D can fill in different roles to what subclass they choose. Nice. Oh, geez. Okay. Some sort of programming language, but I want to see. It's MIT, so I just want to see what they're. Okay. Core. Is this their parser? This might not be a parser. Core lib. Looks like a parser. Parser. Yes. And then they use the same thing that I do. No, I'm not familiar with the D&D subclasses though. As stated before, I've never played. I've sat in. I do know that there's required reading, which is very scary. So comment. Okay, so they do pretty much the same thing I do, but then how do they use this? Space. This just looks horrible. What the heck is this? Okay. Then what does this do? Space. Who? Spaces? All right, so it takes, it's a tuple of a tuple, all of which may or may not, I feel like that's not great. Because tuple, it returns a tuple of however many things you feed into it. And then runs them in that order. Or maybe it's not however many things you feed into it, maybe it's just two things that you feed into it. What is tuple? What does tuple do? Tuple. Chains parses and assembles the sub results in a tuple. You can use as many child parses as you can put elements into a tuple. Okay, so however many tuple things fit into the tuple. So this takes, their space function is a map that just returns nothing. So it consumes the parsed values. Then it takes a tuple of spaces, which takes all white spaces. Guess you don't really need that. And it takes many from zero to many of comment and the spaces after the comments as well. That's bizarre. And then they have a white space function, which is then used there when parsing, sure. And then when you parse, you... Wait, is this not even used? What the heck? Oh, this isn't even what I want. Okay, this doesn't even look like they're using it for what I think they should be using it for. But how do you parse out the inner? Or I guess, how do I parse until I hit a comment? I guess I don't really understand that. I'm thinking, because it's just not hitting my cerebral cortex yet. Because I understand how to grab. What did I do that? I understand how to match. Oh, don't do that. What am I doing? Yeah. I understand how to match align comments. Maybe I should write it differently. Right? Because So you do like this, blah blah. Line comment. Insert equal. So there is no remainder text. That makes sense. Not block comment, line comment. What's your problem? Oh, sorry. But then how do you do it like this? Because I'm pretty sure I want to do this instead. So it's like something like strip comments, or I guess. So we have line comment, block comment, and then strip comments. Right. So then given all inputs, or maybe we should just run strip comments first. And then you can do many. Yeah. Repeats the. Yeah, you can do many. Hold on. Accepts empty inputs. I'm thinking, like, how do you... All right, Rust, nom, comments, sure. Parsing text, pull data, parse multi-line comment with nom. Yes, I'm struggling here. Example parses is not great. Because there's no text parses, it's just not... It's not hitting me just yet. Until is not will stop when hitting any character in the pattern. Yeah, okay, this is what I'm using. Oh, we just had like the same. Is this the writer? What the heck? I swear I didn't look at this answer before. I guess how do you strip a comment from the middle of a string? That's the problem. Let's think. Strip comment from comments. take until... We can look at Reddit, I guess. Practical parsing. Let's see. Do you have Nomonomicon? Do you have anything on comments? Alternatives. Repeating parsers. Sure. No, this is not what I want. Alright, do you have anything? Ben code. Sure. Got comments? Let me know in the comments. Thanks for nothing. I guess let me just see what you did then, and then maybe it'll start making more sense. Yeah, Ben code. Simple parser, so parse number. Yeah, it gives you a 1, blah, blah. Parse Ben code, sure. Code numbers are simply numbers wrapped in I and E on the other end, sure. So delimited, we take, take I. What does map res do? Map res, what is map res? Map res. What is map res? Maps are function returning a result on the output of a parser, sure. Okay. Combinator applies a closure to the output of a parser, converting any errors returned from the closure into nom errors. Okay. So we're looking for... Oh, it's not... Yeah. Is not E means it'll keep parsing until it hits E, and then bytes parse into an actual number, and that's, yeah, parse number. Sure. So tag I, tag E. I don't have the same thing. I mean, I do use tags, but it's not as useful for me in this instance. Sure. And I suppose it's the comments. Yeah, character, number followed by colon, then characters equal to that number. Sure. Yeah, that makes sense. This is really easy. But then what does the entire thing look like, I suppose? Yeah, so you just alternate while mapping all of these. Yeah. That's easy. That makes a lot of sense. Beautiful. But then how do... I'm looking at all the options I have. So unfortunately, there's no take if. So there's no way to take things from a bigger string, I guess. Because it's like, I understand what I need to do. It is... Fold the list. No, we don't want to fold any lists. We don't want to count. We don't want to apply it many times. Returns the results only if the embedded parser returns error or incomplete. Does not consume the inputs. Is that what I want? Not? Is that what I want? I want not, and then I can, then while I'm parsing a, like pretty much everything, or anything. See, the problem, right, because you can do multi-line strings in Rust too, is how do you parse this? Turns the result, or returns a result without consuming the input. Peak. It's not what you want. It needs to be a separated pair of key to scalar. And then scalar can be pretty much anything. Anything can be a scalar. All of these are scalars. Thinking. So key makes sense to me. We can be a string, we can be a map. I think before we actually do anything on a key value pair, we do need to, I need an example of comments. My brain is just not picking this up. S expression, are there comments in here? S expression, parse if, parse quotes. Wait, no. No comments. I'm sure there's a way. Parse built-in operation, because this is also something I'm going to need to refer to, because expressions in tot are S expressions, and I'm also very familiar with parsing S expressions, because I've done that before. Not with tot, or not with nom, but I've done it before. Parse built-in. How do you know if it's a quote? How do you know if it's a quote? Oh, that's an S, like an actual S expression quote. Iterator? No. Maybe I'm just missing something. Or maybe I'm going about this the wrong way. Is that possible? I'm just thinking about this the wrong way, and I should just think about this as maybe parse a space, but also we could potentially also parse a space, and we could also potentially parse a comment. So this should be like a tuple parser, or a tuple combinator, right? Because what I'm thinking of, or what I'm trying to solve, I guess, is what happens if you have this. One of the problems with the comments is that you can put comments wherever you want. But then how do you solve for, if you have a version major, comment 0. And I think what you would want to do is you'd want to do all of these, right? Because we have no idea what these are preceded by or what they're terminated by. Because we don't care, right? Pretty much anything is a valid identifier as long as it doesn't have a space in it. It's not going to be a pair. Is it going to be a tuple? I guess you could do a tuple. So it's tuple. Sorry. Tuple. And then I think this has to be a tuple of values, by the way. So it's space 1. Or space 0. It could be a space, you don't know. Space. And then one more thing inside of there, which is possibly a block comment like that. What's your problem? Oh, sorry, strip comments. And I guess you would have to strip the line comments just whenever you encounter it, I guess. No, because like, okay. Because also what I'm thinking, right? Because we operate entirely off of white space as well. Like what happens if you have this? Or a line comment, right? Line comment. Like that's technically valid. Technically, you shouldn't do it, but you can. So key value. Maybe it is actually just strip comments, huh? Strip comments. And then this returns a nothing. Okay. So, okay. Hold on. Brain is still churning. I'm dying. Please. I think this makes sense. I need someone to validate it before I go all the way in. Because I would say I'm about 60% sure that this will work, which is not giving me a lot of confidence. Considering I'm not sure. What do you got? Anything good? Anything in the comments? Yeah, this makes sense. I get how to parse small values. But then how do you parse bigger values? And then bigger values with values that you don't want. Yeah, separated pair is beautiful. Yeah, I get it. Parse? Separated pair? 2-word parser? Yeah. Yeah. Oh, this didn't actually... No, it did. Yeah. The remaining input. That's right, yeah. Because it parsed these two things, discarded the space in between Adam and Chalmers, and then didn't parse the underscore. Maybe I am thinking about this weird. Maybe I should think about key value, this parser. It's parsing white space, and then it's not immediately looking for this last one. Instead, it runs in order, multi-space, doesn't know anything about this part yet. Then it runs into, give me a separated pair. So the separated pair must be a key that is also not a comment. Strip out all the spaces. Give me the separated pair of key. That could be a comment still. And actually, it's not space zero, it's multi-space zero. Because you can have spaces between your key values as well, because I changed how unit types work. Okay. So actually, shouldn't this be... Should just be this, right? Just this multiple times, except maybe just multi-space on the last one. And then I'll let the next person figure it out. Maybe? And unfortunately, scalar is still all kinds of messed up. But I think key will work. Yeah, key works. Scalar doesn't quite work because it needs to produce some sort of taught value. Please. Please. Solving problems. What's your problem? Parse a point? Yeah, parsing points, no problem. Yeah, so you parse the arrow tag, separated pair, parse arrow, yeah. And then you probably want to do some sort of tuple as well, so you can separate out the white space from all the other things. Yeah. See, simple parsers. There's no better examples. Why? Examples. Parsing a string, simple example. Challenges with using nom, sure. For version 8. I don't really know. Alternatives. Anyone else have anything? Any good blog posts out there? Goal. Oh, that looks complicated. Actually, no, it's not. I get it. Oh, and it looks like you're using all types of parsers as well. Because this looks like, this looks like like a pest parser file, where you describe the grammar and then the parser is generated for you, which isn't really what I want. Or are they just using nom for everything? They are using nom for everything. Yeah, parsing pairs, sure. Yeah, so it could be inches, could be tags. Either way, we don't really care. That makes sense. Because I'm curious, how do you put them all together? Try from, impl, try from. Field list, and then it gives you a list of things. Field value pair. See, where's comments? How do I? If I just don't, what if I just ignore comments for now and then we'll come back? That's not a good idea though. That's not a good idea. But then no one has written a parser for anything very complicated. Parsing bit streams? Scheme? Scheme has comments. Alright, hold on. This is a very old version of nom, but that's fine. This is very old. You got comments? Comment. Comment. No one ever parses comments. Do people, when people parse comments, do they just like don't care? Or they just like when they encounter a comment, they just say like, nah. Nah, I just send it, dude. Maybe what I could do is I pre-process, remove all the comments, and then just call it a day. All right, you know what? That's probably easier, and that fits my mental model a bit better as well. Well, no, because you shouldn't. Okay, hold on. Parse. Give me a string, and then this will give you like a root tot value, I guess. Do I have anyhow? I do have anyhow. Give me a result tot value. Oh, I shouldn't be using anyhow actually, because this is the actual parser library. Hold on. Well, give me like a regular result. I'm only using anyhow for the CLI parts. If you're actually writing like a library, you should not be using anyhow. In my opinion, you should be using this error to write better errors. Sorry. Standard error. Alright, so give me a to-do. So maybe what we can do, because I've seen this a few times as well, is we'll just do like a strip comments. So maybe we just iterate many times. So many does repeats the embedded parser, gathering the results in a vec, stops on error, returns the results that were accumulated. Sure. So then we let rem, we drop the value because it returns nothing, and then strip comments I guess unwrap. You shouldn't be unwrapping though. What does this give? Oh, it doesn't even know. It has no idea. Because it's like this. Okay. Error. What do you got? Some sort of error. There you go. No? What do you mean? Strip comments, and it gives you that. And then the error is whatever the error value was. Yeah. And then the error value is not useful in the least. Fantastic. Big fan. I don't have an error type. I don't really want to make an error type. Not yet. Okay, you know what? We can do it. So derive this error, debug. We can do, I don't know, parse error. Do you think it'll give me a location? I kind of doubt it will. So instead we'll just do error, unable parse. We'll just call it parse error. Or error occurred while parsing. So maybe that makes sense. So if we ever receive an error for now, let's return tot error, like so. Tots error, parse error, sure. Oh, sorry. And then we'll use the remaining. So assuming that we were able to successfully strip everything, then we can start passing or start parsing the entire file. So I guess to do stub strip comments. So this is the difficult part because I need to do this many times. So maybe it's like a take while. Or is it hold on. Dying, very slowly dying. This person didn't even parse comments, which is very sad for me. And then also it's too old, so it's no longer like relevant for this version of Nom. This one is. Oh, this is what you want. This is exactly what you want. Okay, hold on. This is exactly what I was looking for. Comments. So no comments. The entire thing is a block comments. This should just have a single space. This one, okay, this is exactly what I'm looking for. And then it's the same person. Okay. Consume input until you find a comment using peek, then beginning the search to comment, non-comment until the end. Wait, so this is just like a regular parser then? You can't see me, but I'm raising my hands in exasperation. Okay, fine. I mean, that's how... Okay. I guess there isn't a better way of doing it. You just gotta parse until you... And peek, parse and peek, parse and peek. Oh, okay, I see. It's this part that I need to figure it out. Okay, so this part here, skip not comments. Skip not comments. This part is where they're peeking, because all their other code looks like mine. What do you need? All right, that's not gonna give me code completion. I don't know why I hovered it, thinking it would help. Peek. Nom. Is it byte complete peek? Where's peek? Peek. Peek in combinator. Okay. Where are you at? Combinator. I've imported most of the functions at this point. It's very scary. So strip comments. And then how did they do it? They just placed skip not comments under. So they ran a a many, and then it might be terminated. Parse comment. So it might be a parse single line comments, parse multi-line comments. Okay, and then optional, skip not comment. And then they parse until any character. Okay. So they do a many till until they hit any car complete, because I'm not streaming input. Then wait, what? Where G is a parser, F is also a parser. Applies the parser F until the parser G applies the parser F until the parser G produces a result. Returns a tuple of the results of F and a vec and the results of G. Yeah? F keeps going so long as G produces error? Yeah? What is it? What does that mean? I think that's a typo. F keeps going until G produces an error. Right? Because it should be wait. Wait. Huh? I'm so confused. I'm so confused. Returns a tuple of the results of F. So anything. What is any character? Yeah, any character matches one byte as a character. So like, doesn't it'll match against anything, right? Hold on. Where's my ad hoc? Let remaining parse is equal to that gives me a super p results. Yeah, just give me something, right? So num, or not num, super many till any character, super any character. Then what did they do? They did peak. So the parser G returns a result. So it doesn't consume it. Wait a minute. Hold on. Wait a minute. Isn't this what I want? Isn't this what I want? Hold on. Now I'm reading it a bit more. Line comments. Then you just slap it in there. No? Wait, huh? Expected enum string. Found enum result string. Well, no. The result of a vector of characters and then empty. Hold on, thinking. We can map, super map this thing. Map this as a v. Oh, that's not how that works. Map result. Wait, super map. Maybe I want to map many till map. So what do you got? Can't do it like that. You can tuple it. So it's a vec of characters. So the vec into iter. Can't you collect? No, you can't collect strings into a. Yeah, that doesn't make any sense. But maybe. Pretty sure that's still wrong. Value of type string cannot be built from a vec of characters. Maybe you can. I don't know. Maybe you can. All right, maybe you can, and I'm just a dummy. So then assert equals, the remainder is, and actually we're not peeking at all, so who cares about the remainder? Assert equals par is equal to, should be hello, right? Hello space. Ad hoc. Okay. Okay. He's starting to believe. That makes sense. Okay. I'm pretty sure there's no remainder, right? Because it consumes it? Yeah. So if I put anything there, it'll give me an error. Yeah. Okay. Okay. I'm getting it. It still doesn't make that much sense to me. I think I'd still rather roll my own parser. Because I think it's pretty easy, because then I just need the stack states, as opposed to, or I guess stack, yeah, I can just use a stack. I don't know why. Using stacks, or why stacks are my favorite data structure. But they're very intuitive to me. What's the configuration language for? So, are you familiar with Ansible? Potentially Chef, although it has been a very long time since I've worked as Chef. No. Okay. Well, Ansible, very, very common. Very, very common configuration language if you are Dal. I've heard of Dal. I don't like Dal. If only because it has the syntax is somewhat complicated. Like that's my biggest thing with a bunch of configuration language. Sorry, I'm looking for Ansible right now. This is Ansible. So if you do Linux administration, you probably have seen this. Linux administration is not my primary job, but that's what they want me to do. Yeah, I've heard of Dal. Yeah, for sure. Let me drop the bot thing here. But yeah, this is Ansible. Ansible uses YAML. So Ansible, if you want to call stuff, like these are like actual modules, like Python style modules, which sucks. And these are relative paths or absolute paths. And then there's also HCL, which is also pretty close. But the idea, right, so if we were looking at Dal, we can look at Dal as well. Right? Like there's so much syntax. Is my lang Turing complete? No. Intentionally, no. It's a configuration language, right? If you want something that's Turing complete, just write Python or Ruby or whatever. Lua. That's the entire point. Like if you want logic, use a real programming language. It does have expressions, but this is the idea. I'm trying to make it bigger so it's easier to see. Right? So key value pairs, all keys are implicitly strings, so you can have whatever you want. So 1 is 2. I don't know why you would want to do that, but you could do that. No spaces in keys unless you surround them with quotes, blah, blah. Otherwise, pretty much everything is fair game. I think I'm actually going to take this out. You can have whatever you want as a key, as long as there's no spaces. And then there's only, how many data types? Do I have that listed anywhere? But you have the unit value, which is an empty expression. Expressions always return at some point, but they can return dictionaries, they can return lists, they can return scalar values like number types. There are no integers, or there's no distinction between integer and floats, just like JSON, because I think that's up to the consuming application. Like the consuming application should know, like, do we want an int, do we want a float? So that your configuration language should not have to specify. It's just not, there's no point, right? Other applications consume configuration languages. That's why like DAL doesn't make too much sense to me. It's like, why do you need strong typing? Like your application should be strongly typed, not your configuration. Anyways, JSON style objects, you might also notice that there's no colons because there's no point, right? Because it's repeated. So like here, you can see DAL uses these things to delimit, but then they also delimit using commas as well. But like, if you're always doing key value, why do you need the extra stuff? You know? So you have lists. Lists, you can optionally have commas if you want, if it improves readability. My favorite part, references. So you can reference other things in the same file or potentially from other files. You have object access as well, because that's actually something I find myself having to do a lot, i.e. Ansible. You can see here that Ansible is actually just raw importing another file, which I also do a lot. Calculated numbers, so it's just Lisp, a very, very small subset of lists. So you have arithmetic, you have very, very basic for loops, and that's it. So a calculated list, so if you want to have like a pre-filled list full of objects, then you can do that, I guess. And then actually this is wrong. This should also expand. Then you can have generators as well. So I think that's 4 plus 1 plus 1 plus 2 or plus 1. So that's 7 keywords. So arithmetic operators, plus, minus, multiply, divide. You have actually 7 plus 3 more, because you can also return, or plus 2 more, because you can also return lists from expressions and you can return dictionaries from expressions. Yeah. But I think generators are things, it's kind of like how DAL does it. So you can define a function. This isn't really a function. This is just like a shortcut, I guess, like more of a macro. And then, you know, person takes a name, takes a description, gives you a dictionary with these things pre-filled. So has a key called name. Then we just kind of insert this name here, right? So some person, that's me, that's my name, Tim, or you can import, right? I think that makes a lot of sense. It's simple, it's easy, it's compatible with JSON, YAML, and TOML, the best part. So you can bake your tot file. Actually, I don't think, you generally don't bake tots, right? I think you fry tots. Yeah. But it's very intentionally very simple. Syntax is very simple. There's not too many things you can do with it. And if you don't like all the fancy stuff, you can just not use them and just bake all your files anyways. And I use bake in the almost like the graphics programming way, right? Because you can bake lighting in a scene. So you don't need to, you can pre-compute all your shadows and all that. something like that. Anyways, that's the idea. Is simple language, not Turing complete. I just need to parse it. I'm just not familiar with nom. Because I'm still like dying trying to figure out how do I strip comments from the inside of something, right? Because you could potentially have this problem here. I don't know if it's visible or not. Probably help program the lang. Probably not. If you get strong types, you'll get more help from the compiler. Well, I don't really need help from the compiler, I guess. I mostly just need these small parsers to work, because I understand, like, given small input, how you would parse that using nom. But I think the problem is with bigger inputs. Like, given like this entire file, how would you parse out this using nom? That's what's throwing me for a loop, because it makes sense, right? You define like a root node, right? And then your root node is always going to be a dictionary, and then you just kind of recurse after that. So, parse tot value. Tot value by default is a dictionary. All right, so now we're parsing dictionary keys. Dictionary keys are key value, so we parse, key value. Run the key value parser. But then what I'm confused about is how do I parse this? Because that's valid. You get strong types, you already said that. Yeah. You don't really need strong types though, I think. Because you can have whatever you want, right? It's configuration. Configuration is whatever you want it to be. The only strong types that I can envision there being would be something like if you're doing like a generator type of deal. So if you were doing like, I don't know, like adder, we'll call it like an adder, whatever. So it takes some sort of n, gives you back n plus 1, something like that. So then if you do my number, I like kebab case, but anything will work really, because they are just key value, right? Keys are just strings, so you can call it whatever you want. Right, so then if you do like adder hello, I guess that's where you would want strong types. But everything that's in between, everything that's like a Lisp style instruction, everything that's an S expression is probably going to be strongly typed. Recursion and non-Turing complete is complicated in DAL 2. I don't really see it being a huge problem, I think. I'll have to think about it. I've done recursion in Turing complete languages. I posted this before, but I can just post it again. I did write a programming language, of course. I'm familiar with the problems. Although I should mention that this programming language was written in GD scripts. So that's Python style. Yeah, so this I would expect, by the way. I would expect this to be an error, because I'm not sure what you would expect from this. How you would concatenate one with a string. I guess you could. I suppose that actually might not be an error. I don't know. Maybe if it was like if we call this like divider. So n divided by 2. Or like halver? Quarter? Halver? Something like that. Then that would be an error. So this thing halves whatever you pass to it. But there's no way to divide hello by 2. But S expressions will be strongly typed, because that'll be all just Rust or whatever the implementation does for it. And then if there's recursion inside of it, I feel like I shouldn't allow recursion inside of the S expressions either, just to make it simple. Right? Because there's no if statements, right? No if statements. Very important. No if statements, no match statements, no while loops, no variable assigning, no local variables, right? The entire point of having like a generator function is just to make it easy to, you know, I gave the example of like a person, right? Like person, you know, like name will give you an object. And I feel like that's a very common use case to have, right? So name is name, whatever. And then you have, you know, people. People is a list, and then you would do person, you know, Tim, person, Tom. You know? And then if you wanted to just add more fields to your configuration, you know, you would do description, you know, something. And then potentially up in this upper S expression, which I'm still thinking about. I mean, maybe I'll just have to do it like Clojure style. You know, description, you know, blah. So you can slowly put in descriptions. So if you want to add back to your configuration, right? Like, hopefully you can see why this would be useful. Yeah, you can use normal recursion that won't be Turing complete. It will be Turing complete. Well, how? I guess how would it be Turing complete if you have no logic gates? Or if there even is recursion. I guess, like, maybe there isn't recursion. I don't know. I'm still designing that part. I'm still parsing it at this point. I'm still parsing it. The S expressions are a long way off, although I do know, I'm pretty sure I understand what to do. What I'm trying to figure out right now is how the heck do I parse out comments? That's what I'm stuck on right now, is how the heck do I parse out comments? More specifically, inner comments, like this. So I can parse out line comments, that's fine. It can run forever, yeah, but then how would it recurse? Well, no, if it's Turing complete, it means that it could solve theoretically any problem given an infinite amount of time, right? Not that it just runs forever, right? Like if I just run yes, is that Turing complete? No. It's just it's running forever and it's just giving me y over and over again. My favorite Linux command. I don't know if it's like just like a POSIX built in or whatever. I'm a fan of yes though, but yes just runs forever as well, but that's not Turing complete. It just gives you y over and over again. So this person's doing, they take either, they take alt, super, alt. So it could either be a line comment or super block comment. So hopefully this still parses. No. Yeah. Does line comment give me a... Yeah, no, that's fine. What's your problem? Oh, sorry. Takes a tuple. Okay. So that's fine. Give me this again. So if we change this into a block comment. So this should give me hello space world. And then there's, of course, no remainder because I just drop it. Nope. Okay. See, that's... I don't want to peek. Or do I just run this, or do I just run many? I do it like, super, many. And then many runs until it hits an error, right? So this should be fine, maybe? I don't know. Oh, but then expected a function closure. Actually, how do I call? Oh, this is not how you call it at all. Hold on. Bop, 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 bop. Hold on. Super, many, 0, a. Pass this value into it. Hold on. Da, 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 da. Like that. Just absolutely beautiful. Oh, and then it gives you a vector of strings. Okay, beautiful. Fantastic. Big fan, big fan. So, I believe this should be fine, like that. And then I could combine them, but I don't really feel like it right now. And then this should just be world by itself. And then presumably I would want to combine the two results, the two parse results. Please work. Index out of bounds. All right, sure. What's the first one then? Failure. Left, right. So we didn't parse anything? Repeats the embedded parser, gathering the results in a vec. Okay. That's not useful. Okay, hold on. Run me again. So this is running super alt. So we hit a line comment or a block comment. And then the block comment we should keep parsing until we completely eliminate the block comment. So if we do ISDF, that should have the same effect. Yeah. Hold on. We'll do the same thing here, but shift it around so it's at the start. Leave a space at the end. Why not? Eh? Really? Am I stupid? So it dropped the rest of it? Ooh. Didn't I test this already though? I did test this, right? Yeah, I did test this. Huh? I know this one's failing, or this one is failing. So this doesn't actually handle this case, but that's fine. It's fine that it doesn't handle that case. But why does it only... Am I thinking about this wrong? Oh, because it's in the remainder. It's in the. It didn't parse anything, but then it'll just be here, at the end, right? Right? Okay. Well, now I'm confused. How do I solve for that then? Because clearly it didn't parse anything, right? Yeah, so this should be hello world and the remainder is world, right? Yeah. So that makes sense. This makes sense, this makes sense, this makes sense. I feel like this is not making sense to me, even though I think it should work. Because we run A 0 to many times with the input hello ASDF world, where ASDF is a block comment. So then our first string should be hello space, and then the second string should be world. Oh, actually not. The remain. Maybe that's not true. Maybe we can do super line ending. Maybe that's fine, but that doesn't this yeah, function item that returns string string. Okay, so we can map this as well. Map. I'm sorry. Super map. Do. And then just return nothing. Yeah, because we're just consuming it. Yeah, so if we grab a line ending, then we don't want it. Actually, I think I should peek on the... Well, no, because line endings don't matter unless it's a comment. Okay, whatever. What do you got? Nothing. Isn't that right? So A, which is just my ad hoc test function, runs map, so we can just forget about map. Then we run many till. Just what a beautiful function signature. I hate that. What is this? Many till, which has type string or reference string, character, empty, error, that is a string, function, any character, which takes a string, returns an error, which type string, takes a string parameter, returns a string character. Oh no. That's horrible. But many till, so we take any character, we don't care, until we hit either a line comment, a block comment, or a line ending. And then we're mapping the parse result of line ending to just nothing because we just consume it. Or isn't there like, there's end of file as well? Super end of file? Is there no end of file? I don't know. Did you think that was going to make a difference? It does make a difference. Okay. Because it needs something to end on. Sure. Isn't there there's a nom thing that allows you to ignore end of file? Where's end of file? End of file. Line ending. Multi-space. Rest. No. Where's end of file? Isn't end of file a thing in streaming related? Well, that's streaming related. We don't care. End of file. Or how do I know if I'm just at the end? Or maybe this should be optional? I'm gonna be honest, I am looking at someone else's implementation, but they're not using opt either. But they do have an example where they are parsing inner comments. Right? Because actually the the basic case, I'm pretty sure is going to fail. Like, if we just do hello world, I think that won't work. Even though this should give me a string. So assert equals the parse value is hello world. I'm pretty sure that's gonna fail. Yeah. Yeah, because it didn't find anything, right? No comments to stop on. So, okay, how do I figure out when to stop? Parse end of file. Combinator end of file? Is end of file? There is end of file? Oh, there is end of file. Okay. Well, there we go. Super Smash Brothers murder. Kind of wish I still played Melee. Melee was fun. Map. Who did you guys play in Melee? I played Luigi and Fox like a psycho. I had to stop playing Melee though because it was just really bad on my hands. Or one, it was really bad on my hands, and two, I think I could only ever really found success when playing Luigi, but Luigi isn't very good in Super Smash Brothers Melee. Right, because you can wave dash and just slide all over the stage, but it's not really the meta. It's not really the meta. Please work. So it didn't find any. Wait, no, actually, we panicked at 125. Okay. Well, that's better. Now we're able to parse regular strings. That's a good one. We can parse line comments, block comments, but then how do I parse this one where we have many comments just kind of hanging out in the same string? Right, because it should be parsing A, and then this is A, with the input over and over again. Actually, how does it know when to stop parsing? Stops on error. Yeah, stops on error. Actually, yeah, stops on error, so this is fine, right? No? It says input is nothing. Code many 0. Hold on. Thinking. If it's just empty, I guess. How do I check if it's just an empty string if there's no more inputs? What is end of file parse? If it's at the end of input data. Am I stupid? Huh? I don't see what causes many 0 to fail there, but we can try this. So let rem par super end of file. So this should just give me a nothing, right? Unwrap. So there's no more input, and so this returns I mean, nothing, right? We're just trying to unwrap it, basically. Thanks for nothing. What did I miss? I deleted something I shouldn't have. Oh, I see. Hold on. Yes. What is this? It's giving me code completion. I don't know. FNB. I hate it when it asks me to type annotations. Super EOF I. Something like that. So that unwraps fine. But then why does this not unwrap? So we do like a remove comments or something like that. We can even do it here, like strip comments, right? So map many till any character, no input. And then these are all the till conditions. Right, so line comments, sure. We want to do block comment, sure, fu. Is it just me, alright? Rust analyzes code completion is kind of bad. That's just me though. Maybe I'm just a weirdo. EOF. And then we just want to discard anything that we parse here, right? We don't care. And then actually, there's nothing to map here anyways, right? Because we're discarding everything. Yeah. It's like that. Yeah, no. Mismatch types. Expected enum. So, oh, that's right. Sorry. Passing the I there. What is your problem now? Expected enum. That's right. So any character returns this, which is why I need to drop the well, actually, no. If I do string, is it possible to map a vec of characters into a string? Vec string to, or vec car to vec string. Well, I don't want to collect it into a string object, but I feel like that probably will not be possible. I don't know. How do I convert a vec of characters to a reference string? So I have a feeling that might not be possible. So map me. We have some sort of results, which is a vector of strings. And then we don't care about the unknown value. All right, so what do you got? Vector characters into iter. I don't know. let me see. What can I do with these? It's a character, sure. Hmm. To string? Nope. As string? I'm actually not so sure. Like what what can you do with this? String from string from cars, no. Clamp, no. Make, place, split at, no. Rust that car to, I guess, to string. I have a feeling cast this one. I'm very tempted to just be like, ChatGPT, give me your worst answer. Couldn't tell I have no respect for ChatGPT, but maybe I will if it's able to answer this pretty well. It's not string. There is no way around creating a new string in memory somewhere that you can then reference. No. That's tough. That's tough. All right, so this is not actually usable at all because it's giving me string objects, which is not what you want. Absolutely not what you want. Well, I don't know. I don't know. And I'm also awake way overtime. I guess I'm just gonna have to call it. I'll call it here. I'll call it here. I'm gonna think about this. Although I've been thinking about this for a long time. Like when I'm at work, when I'm just sitting on a call, just like, why am I even here? I'm like just poking at this on the side because luckily I'm able to work from home. So the most beautiful part about working from home is because luckily we don't do meetings with the webcam on. I can just look at this. And then whenever I hear my name, I'll be like, oh, sorry, I was multitasking. Could you please repeat that? I'm not lying. I was multitasking. I wasn't multitasking on anything useful, but I'm not going to say that. I'll think about this. Or maybe I'm really, really close to just rolling my own parser, though. If I can't figure it out tomorrow, I'm just going to roll my own. Because at least I know how to do that. Yeah. Thanks for tuning in. I'll be live Tuesday from 7 to 10 p.m. Eastern Time. Working on this again, probably. I guess you'll find out whether or not I moved on to rolling my own parser. But there's Tot. You can also just look, or you can find my GitHub just here in general. Look at that. There's also bot repupper. I also wrote the bot, by the way, it's not Nightbot, which is also why the bot needs to be restarted roughly every 24 hours because I thought I rewrote it to be better, but the Twitch library I'm using is just does not allow for easily refreshing the key. So instead of just refreshing the key, I just refreshed the entire bot connection, which is good enough. I'm not going to tell you when it refreshes, although it may or may not be at the same time every day. But yeah. That should be it. Yep. Anyways, thanks for tuning in. I'll be live Tuesday from 7 to 10 p.m. Eastern Time. I usually stream Sundays, Tuesdays, and Thursdays, so 7 to 10 p.m. Eastern Time, working on random programming things like this. This is next on my list. Once I get the first version of Tot out, we'll be back to working on this. And I have some ideas for how to make it better. Namely, ripping out all the C++ bits and just going straight GDScript and Rust. Because the C++ bits, I don't have confidence in myself to maintain. And also, I find C++ just painful to write. Mostly because the compile errors are just horrible because of all the templates like Godot uses. Yeah. I don't know. I could pass it on. Or I could just leave and stop the stream right now. Well, that would be a shame if I did that, right?